Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another fun-filled event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov this Sunday evening. It's the CNP. My name is Action Man Dan, bringing you all the action from this fantastic resort, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hope you're all very well, wherever you are tuning in from. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. We've got some great new content on our YouTube channel, new videos every week. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We're on all the usual social media platforms. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal. Cards are about to be in the air. And here we go. Just looking around the table there. Not sure I recognize anyone from the get-go. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen there are 183 people remaining from a whopping entry field size of 2,720. Small blind is 10k to get the action started. Big blind 25k with a 25k running big blind ante. And Yoel gonna kick things off with about 26 bigs to start the hand. Ace queen off suit, raising to 2.5 times the big blind. And Schwein in the hijack with the same hand. Just going to call, but I much preferred to rejam off Schwein's stack, playing just about 10 bigs to start the hand. But it looks like it might be good for him on this occasion, because Dominic is waking up with ace king in the cutoff and is going to put in a healthy 3-bet. And that healthy 3-bet looks to be about 400k. 345,000. Leaving himself with 400k behind, saying, right guys, if you've got it, let's go. I'm willing to play for it all. Put in half of his stack. Let's just see what happens now. Geronimo going to be out of the way. Average stack here, about 30 bigs, 750,000. Actually going to be backing well. It's tough for him. Essentially, when he's playing for his tournament, decides to get out of the way. And now Schwein, having put in just over 20% of his stack here, is 8 big blinds behind. Looks like if he's playing this cautious off this stack depth pre, we will probably see him fold. Prince Severu says, good evening. Cocaine 97, my man, says, I'm your man, my name is Dan. And that kind of answers El Gobelino's question. Says, who is in the commentary booth? It's Action Man Dan. Will be your host and broadcaster for the duration of this event. And we will crown yet another champion at this fabulous resort, live from Rozvadov. Now, and Johan the man says good evening. Schwein is actually going to call it off, and I would have liked to see him just rejam pre, but having invested 60k, 280k total, so 220k left in the stack, decides to give it a good gamble, and he's going to get the terrible news that he's going to need a lady, and need a lady fast. Well, Gob, I am from the same country, sometimes get mistaken for being Scottish, sometimes English, but I assure you I am Irish. 10-9-6 is the flop, and now Schwein does have some backdoors, but he needs a lady. And the turn is a lady. Look at that. Dominic now with a straight draw. No player with a heart. Yes! River is an 8. And Schwein shouts yes. Chaos Angel in the house. A lot of regs there straight off the get-go. Hello, folks. El Gobolino asking me, is Odriki asking me, is Renz still in the tournament? We do not have any information on outer tables because it's on a 30-minute delay, so we're just concentrating on the feature table. Okay, 97 says Queen really hit the flop. But it really hit the turn, but it is a Sunday night and we will forgive you. And we now have all the payouts there. And we'll have the payouts for you momentarily. With nearly 3,000 runners in this one, I think we're looking at another savage prize pool up for grabs. This is the Circuito National De Poker. And the Jack-10 off folding, of course, from early position. And Schweini is getting a shout out from Yaurico. There was a big moment for him there. 1 foot out of the door. Needed the lady. Got the lady. Love seeing the fans get involved for their players that are still in the tournament this early on a Sunday evening. It's great to see. It builds up a fan base and camaraderie there, and just general crack in the building when your favorite player makes a deep run. And if it's all set up on the Sunday and they're still surviving late into the Monday, they're set for a big payday. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Dominic raising to 50k, Min raising off sub 20 bigs. It's that time of the night, folks, where you're going to see a lot of players in between that 15 to 25 big blind zone. And you want to see a lot of rejamming. Now is the time to be accumulating. Dominic taking that one down with a min raise. And now we have the payouts. Wow! 180 remaining. So all players guaranteed €644 currently. I think that's right. And first prize of the CNP is going to walk home with €80,000. And look at this. First, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth will all take home a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. What an event this is. Also, if you're new to this channel and you like some of this merchandise you're seeing some of the players wearing, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com, where you can find out all about that merchandise and indeed the resort itself. We have a new collection on there, the XX collection, celebrating 20 years of Kings. How are you, Johan? How have your summer holidays been, or just your summer in general? Hope you are well, my friend. Maul in the cutoff here, raising to 55k. I believe we have seen Maul before, hurtling up, as it were, with the hat and the hoodie. Maul taking down that one. He's no stranger to the game of no limit hold'em. I think I've seen him deep in one or two events at the resort. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 2 of the CNP main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. The green chips are 25k, the white chips are 100k. No pink chips in play just yet, and the orange chips are 5k a pop. 175 players remaining. This was, or is, a €230 buy-in. Just amazing money up for grabs here for such a small buy-in. €80,000 for first. 2,720 entries. That is just astonishing. Geronimo on the cutoff here with pocket sevens, 10 bigs, and a clear shove. With 10 bigs here in pocket sevens, I just prefer to see a jam. I do see some players just raise. He's going for a raise to 60k. This is okay as long as we're not raise folding. But we do bring along and invite the blinds in. This time the OL, and this is the problem, 2 overcards often going to come out on the board, at least 1 overcard when we've got a middling pocket pair. So Geronimo not going to like this board, but of course needs to take a small stab at it. And Yoel now has got 42% equity here, as you can see, against the sevens. He is going to call one, and Geronimo just with 135k back. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Now, Geronimo going to get away with this. Trying to get his opponent to fold a draw or hand like the one he has, or maybe even a 9. This is why I would just prefer to shove with the pocket sevens. Pick up the blinds and antes and move on to the next hand. You see how much danger he put himself in, allowing the big blind to see a flop. A lot of players would just have given up on that turn as well. Gets them to fold. And the Jack 10 priced in, honestly, on that turn for 135k more. Well, he does get away with it. Siegfried Bauer is your chip leader here with 43 bigs. Your short stack, not so short still, playing 15 bigs, Raz, and everything in between. You're going to see a lot of beauty school dropouts as we get closer and closer to bagging and tagging, but we are a lot of hours away from that. I don't even know why I'm mentioning it. Janet is in the house. In an event like this, you're just going to see a lot of casualties in rapid succession when you have 2,720 entries, was my point. Nice to see a lady in this tournament also at this table. Lady's been doing well in this resort as of late. Great to see it. Great for growing the game. Stephen from the US on the button, getting frisky here with Jack 4 offsuit, raising to 55k. Not a great opening hand from the button. Even if you think your blinds are going to be playing way too tight, you want a hand with a bit better of a playability than Jack 4. The Robbie. Does go for it anyway. Domenico going to get sticky here with the 7 deuce suited. Outflopping the Jack 4 offsuit of Stephen. Stephen with a better 45k. And I'd like to see Domenico hang around for this price, even though we have bottom pair. We have connected to keep our opponent honest from the button here. 190k in the pot. We're getting about 4 to 1 on our money. Goes call, and we're off to the turn. Turn is the 10 of spades. Now I'd like to see Stephen fire a second time here, put pressure on a straight draw, a flush draw, a deuce, or a 5. Looks like he's reaching. Wants to bet about 120. Goes for 115. This is a nice bet and a nice sizing because we are leveraging Paparo's entire stack by the river here. Paparo has to know that if he calls a turn, could easily be faced, and often will be faced, with an all-in. So his hand shriveling up significantly here on the turn, especially with 2 diamonds in his hand. No spades, no clubs. Nice pick up there for Stephen, making the Robbie work to his advantage. Now playing 40 big blinds. Geronimo looked like he wanted to get busy there with the 10-8 offsuit before letting it go. Folded all the way around to Stephen. Noel on the button here with 5-3 offsuit. Another frisky open. Goes for it, raising to 60k. Now, this is a really nice rejammable hand from the blinds here for Paparo with ace-10 offsuit. Sub 20 bigs. Ideal rejamming stack. Looks like he's going to go for a 3-bet here. 3-betting to 185. And look at this. Schwein now with ace-jack facing an open and a 3-bet. And this 3-bet's going to look really strong off this stack depth. And that's incredible. It gets Schwein to fold the best hand. I don't blame Schwein for doing so. Yoel moving over the top here with 5-3 offsuit. Guys, people came to play at this table tonight, not shying away from the cold 4-bet jam. Or not cold, just a 4-bet. But Paparo, again, could have avoided this situation by just rejamming pre, but had he just rejammed pre, the ace-jack might have decided that Paparo was weaker than ace-jack and called it off. This is very strange. Joel ready to gamble for the lot here with 5-3 offsuit. And isn't it crazy that if Paparo calls this off, the 5-3 offsuit, almost 44% equity. Look, Yoel getting the job done with 5 high. Not even suited, folks. What a strange hand. This is why it's okay to 3-bet fold and 3-bet call with the bottom and top of our range. Facing a button open from the smaller to big blind, but just with that exact stack size, it's just going to play better that middling part of our range, that our suited wheels, ace-8 offsuit, ace-9 offsuit, ace-10 offsuit, ace-jack, we could maybe start 3-bet calling. We lose such a large portion of our stack there when we 3-bet fold. Now, having said that, we don't expect our opponent to 4-bet rip on us with 5-3 offsuit. Interesting to see how this table's going to go. The first orbit has been very, very fun indeed. Plenty of action, and we love action on this channel, don't we, folks? Hope you're enjoying the show. If you're just tuning in, once again, you're watching the the CPN live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I was right the first time. CNP. Circuito National De Poker. Oh, once again, folded all the way around to the button. Schweiny folding. And Dominic now in the small blind. 21 bigs to start the hand. And the decision will complete. Siegfried will check his option with the king 4. And Bauer not wanting to see a king on this flop. And that's exactly what it is. King 10 deuce. Absolutely snapping the bet of 25k. We're off to see a turn. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. This might slow down the action. Dominic checking. Siegfried most likely wants to just check back. Could rep a 10 with a bet. If we're betting here on the turn, we're most likely just going to check back on the river. And we do get the additional value from a draw or some weaker holding. King 4 betting 60k. Dominic quickly calling. River is the 10 of hearts. Both players now with a house. And this one going to be a chop. Chop it up, boys. Raz with 14 bigs. Ace king off suit, raising to 70k. I like that she decided not to just open jam the 14 bigs, but we want to be pricing in the blinds, not pricing them out. So I would prefer to see us just straight up min raise and make a 50k to go. Looks like we might be interested here with ace 8 off suit from the small blind. Decides to get out of the way. That might be a spot where he would have called there. Having his small blind out and being in for a penny, in for a pound, we might have just seen him flick in 35k more, but not 55k more. And it is a big difference. Dominic getting frisky from the cutoff with 4-3 suited. Min raising. Small going to call for 40k more in the small blind with Queen Jack off suit. We'll see a flop with 150k in the middle. Flop is ace 9-5. Good flop here for 4-3 suited. Backdoor clubs working, got an inside straight draw, got the betting lead and positional advantage. We can rep that ace all day. Doesn't need to bet too big, can bet like 50k, 40k. Goes for 60. Or actually looks like 30. Small forced to fold. Schweiny, ace 5 of hearts here. 24 bigs. Would have liked to see Schweiny get involved there with such a nice suited hand. Instead it's Dominic going to open in the hijack with the Queen 9 of spades. Small 3 betting to 125 on the button with King 10 of hearts. Nice candidate to 3 bet here in position. And he goes for the smaller sizing of 125, and that's going to entice Dominic to continue. I'd have felt like he was priced out for 150k or even more. But for 75k more, he does see a flop. Jack 7-8 is the flop. And Maul going to check behind. I'd like to see Maul continue there with backdoor hearts and backdoor straight working for him. It's also fine to check back in position, but I think our hand just plays better as a bet. We block hands like King Jack, Jack 10. And now Dominic picking up a ton of equity here on the turn. He's got a straight draw and a flush draw now. Maul facing a bet of 55k into a pot of 365, so you can see he's getting about 7 to 1 on his money. Maul just gonna let it go. Would have liked to see Maul see a river card there after checking back. I just not the biggest fan of his sizing pre. Would have liked to see him make it 150, 160. And if we're going to make it 125, I think we want to rep that board and bet something small on the flop at the very least. He allowed his opponent to catch up there on the turn and take it down with a tiny bet. Fold all the way around to the button, and Geronimo 13 bigs, queen 6 suited. No hand is declared. There's a pay jump incoming. A small pay jump, but a pay jump nonetheless. It has been reached. €117 place all the way to 152, all received. €644. And 2 black aces there. That one down. No action. Now, Paparo, 12 bigs, ace 10 suited. Could opt to just raise this one, could just shove. Both options fine. Goes for the latter. For the former, even. Raising to 55k, nonetheless, 250k behind. This will look very strong, raising off this stack size into a full table. Bauer calling with the ace-jack offsuit for 55k, and now Geronimo in the cutoff, 9-8 of hearts. Joel gonna defend in the big with 6-5 offsuit. Jack 6-4 is the flop. Really action-packed board here because Papero with the nut flush draw. Bauer with top pair, top kicker. There's no way Papero getting away from this one. Joel with second pair. Probably just wants to be getting rid of his hand. Now, is Bauer going to raise or just call? Both options fine. If you think your opponent is just going to get it in now, but you've got Yoel to worry about behind in the big blind, so just calling seems like the play. Decides to just min raise it and a little bit of cheese on top, raising to 155. Yoel going to get out of the way, and Papero, there's a lot of his chips invested, less than 10 bigs behind, just 7 bigs. Just wants to be getting it in here. Tries to call and leave himself at 95k behind. Smacks the turn and checks. And Bauer just going to set him in here. 500k already in the pot. Papero going to snap him off, of course, with the nuts. Bauer forced to pay the man on this occasion, and a nice double up here for Papero. His hand playing itself, river coming to 10 of spades, inconsequential. Bauer still going to be playing about 30 bigs, and Papero pretty identical stack now to Bauer. And blinds are up there, folks. Small blind now 15k, big blind 30k with a 30k running, big blind ante, that's 15, 30, 30. And Stephen deciding not to open 10-9 offsuit is interesting to me, considering we've seen him open the Jack 4 offsuit just an orbit ago. Their hand to be opening from the button for sure. Well, raising to 80k with the Jack 7 of clubs from the small, and Papero in the big with a very rejammable King Queen offsuit. Seven 5 deuce is the flop. Papero missing this one. Top pair for Yoel. Joel with ace 10 off suit on the button, raising to 65k. And Schweini in the big blind with a very rejammable ace-9. Does move all in. And Yoel gonna have too strong of a hand here to fold. It looks like he did just fold. So wait a minute, we've seen Yoel 4-bet rip over a 3-bet. And now we, with 5-3 offsuit, and now the following orbit, we see him just raise fold on the button. Schweini has no idea how lucky he's just got there, getting a dominating hand to fold. Very interesting action taking place at this feature table.
Nice move. No, it's too risky.
Play a lot of cards.
Me?
Yes.
I play 3 hands. Oh, the 3 hands.
From the last 5 hands, 3 hands, maybe.
Yeah, I have a good card. Also, the same, you see. Better for you.
Maybe, yes.
Before the flop.
לא שומעת אותו.
Even with ace king of diamonds in the hijack. Two and a half times the big blind to go, 75k. Yoel with king queen. Gonna see a flop here from the cutoff. We're hoping to do so anyway. Papero won't be getting involved at 10-7, so it's around to the blinds. Dominic, 45k more to call with 7-4 of spades. 142 players remaining now. Average stack getting close, very close to 1 million. Flop is ace jack 3. Shot straight draw for Yoel, the 7-4 whiffing here. Stephen with top pair, top kicker. Joel going to call the 90k bet from Stephen, and we'll see a turn card, 450k in the pot now. Turn is a 6 of clubs. Stephen wants to be sizing up here on the turn, sizing down to set up a river jam. The 495k doesn't need to just go for it all. That's something like a quarter pot here, even 150. 125, something around that range. No more than 150. He's gone for 105. Yoel just shoving over the top. This guy, very unorthodox. Stephen surely won't be folding the top pair, top kicker here. What a move here by Yoel. Reading that tiny bet for weakness. It's actually completely the opposite way around. And pause for concern here from Stephen. Prince says this guy is crazy. Johan agrees. Yes, guys. I've already explained the 5-3, and then the following orbit is folding ace-10 to a rejam. Very strange. And now with a very unorthodox bluff here on the turn, trying to make an ace fold, or at least something along those lines. I mean, I don't think Stephen would bet this turn with a jack, so he must be trying to get him to fold an ace, or just thinks he doesn't have a big hand at all. So funny, because Stephen is agonizing over this. If we could only see how far ahead he is. 90% against the 10% of Yoel. Just needs to dodge a 10. Yoel fired it all in on the turn so fast as well. Stephen's not sure if he's going to be ahead here much of the time. Does eventually piece it together, decides he has to call. Just Yoel will somewhat think he's got slow rolled. So 1.44 million in this pot. Stephen with ace king, Yoel with king queen. Just a 10 can save Yoel on this river. River is the 8 of spades, and we lose Yoel to Vanguard in 141st place. Kind of wanted to see more from him. Very entertaining. The few hands we did get to see him play. Wasn't expecting to see him fold that ace-10, and I certainly wasn't expecting to see him 4-bet rip it with the 5-3 offs too. A really nice hand and pot there for Stephen. He's playing about 1.7 million now. Motez in the house. This is a €250 buy in total. It's the CNP Day 2 main event with a whopping €80,000 for the winner. Geronimo with 11 bigs. I think he's best off just jamming this one. It looks like he's going to go for a raise to 75k. Stephen in the hijack with ace queen, and this could be disaster here for Stephen. Could be giving back some of those chips he just took off Yoel. Not sure what the right play is here. It's going to look very strong. Stephen raise coming from under the gun, +1 from Geronimo off a stack of 11 bigs to start the hand. Looks like he's going to just 3-bet call it off. I think this is probably the best thing to do. Real Rusty says 60 big blinds, loses 10 big blinds, disaster. Yeah, probably not the right word there from me. Thanks, Real Rusty, hope you're well. Geronimo. You don't want to be giving back the chips you just won is my whole point. Nothing he can do here. A lot of players would just call there. I think Stephen has decided to 3-bet call it off, and I prefer that when our opponent only has about 1/5 of our stack. We can afford it. He's going for it. I know you're not trying to offend me, Rusty. King, Queen, 8. Even needing another lady. Turn is the 7 of hearts. River is the king. Of course, lads, always give it to me on here. I'm up for discussions, I'm up for chats. Not quite a disaster for Stephen there. We'll say goodbye to about 1/5 of his stack. Still playing 1.5 million. Very comfortable 50 big blind. And a gift coming from Yoel there. So you win some, you lose some. Geronimo seems to take a very long time to look at his cards every time. Eventually folds the Jack 10. Stephen with Ace 8 of clubs. Still playing 50 bigs. This looks like it's good for an open. Raises to 70k. Bauer going for an open here with 10-5 offsuit. We're seeing a lot of loose opens at this table, especially from the button and the likes. Geronimo eventually gives it up with the 10 deuce offsuit. Siegfried will scoop the blinds and antes with the 10-5. Paparo staying active here, raising to 65k with king 10 offsuit, and Bauer in the cutoff and the decision with ace-6 of spades. A lot of the time just want to be letting this one go. Looks like he wants to see a flop at the very least. Will call. So we'll see a flop heads up, and it's a pair for both players. Top pair for Bauer. Paparo, second pair, king kicker. 200k in the middle. Looks like you're going for a very small bet. Tiny bet of one big blind. Bauer will call. The turn is the jack of diamonds. Bauer going to try eke out some more value from Paparo. One big blind is the bet once more. And it's paid dividends for Paparo, rivering the best hand and just decides to check. Would have liked maybe see Paparo just lead into his opponent there. Although, no, well, the straight gets there, the flush is there, it's a paired board. Perhaps checking just fine. The problem is our opponent rarely going to bet after betting one big blind on the turn. Raz, the shortest stack now with 10 bigs. Stephen, still your tip leader, playing just over 50. New player at the table. We call him T1. T1 playing 40 bigs. Sits down, wakes up with ace king, 65k to go. Dominic calls the 65k with pocket fours. Geronimo is taking his time once again, this time with 5-3 offsuit. Here's a pay jump, I wouldn't say looming, but we're about 12 eliminations away, and it's about less than €100, about €75 there, thereabouts. Perhaps that is factoring into the player's decision making. It is about half a buy-in after all. King Queen 5 is the flop, 2 clubs. Top pair, top kicker for T1. Nothing in it for Dominic or Stephen. T1 will just bet and take that one down. Dominic raising to 60k with King Queen offsuit. Geronimo with a real hand here, two ladies. Geronimo just going to call deceptively in the cutoff here. T1 going to call in the big. We're getting three-way action to the flop. 220 in, 225 in the middle. Jack 4-4 is the flop. And T1 going to have top pair here with a decent-ish kicker. Geronimo with the overpair. Dominic has some backdoors working for him. Let's see how this one plays out. Dominic betting 55k with the worst of it. Oh, Geronimo just wants to be calling this one. Keep playing the deception game. Just calls. Now T1 might overcall here, and I think that's probably the best option. Some players will put in a raise to see where they're at. Well, just 55k to call, 335k in the middle. Wow, decides against it. Away from top pair. Really nice fold there from T1, all things considered. Dominic betting 250k here on the turn, and Geronimo just going to call again. And this pot spiraling out of control. Dominic reading his opponent for weakness here, trying to get him to fold a draw or a middling type hand, like maybe 5s, 6s, 7s. Dominic just with 9 bigs behind. This pot now with 835k in the middle as we see the river. Is there a king of kings? The only card that can save Dominic. Maybe he'll rep diamonds if a diamond pops off. Interesting to see what happens here. Geronimo's hand having to look, must look very strong here. It looks like he's raised. Yeah. I think it's... Not sure what's happening here with the graphics. He's pulled back his chips.
That's why I look your stick. Your stick is all in there.
Okay, so he's just min raised and took it down. Basically moving all in, committing himself at the very least. 126 players remaining now. 10 players away from that pay jump that I have 4. Folded all the way around to the button. Stephen with Jack 9 off suit, raising to 65k. T1 with Ace King again in the small blind this time. 42 bigs and the decision. T1 going to 3-bet this to 175k. Stephen will let the Jack 9 off suit go. Bird is in the house, flying by to say hi. Hello, Bird. What up?
Now I think any suited connector I shall. Let's give me something. Not yet. I would play King Jack.
I would even not shove it. It's fine.
Don't do that for me.
Dominic basically shoving from under the gun, leaving a few chips behind. Raises to 200 total, putting in 2/3 of their stack.
Next step. Statistic. I have no super.
All the way around to the big blind for Schweini. He won't be calling with the 8 deuce off suit anytime soon. Dominic will scoop the blinds and antes, add 75k to his stack, and now we're playing 12 bigs. He'll have to fire out 2 of those bigs for his big blind and his big blind ante. Dominic gonna call this one off with the ace-7 offsuit. Schweini in trouble here with the king-jack. 35%. Dominic 2-1 favorite. 690k in the pot up for grabs. King-jack 3 is the flop. Schweini now 2-1 favorite with top 2. Dominic still has a flush draw. Turn is the 6 of clubs. River is the 3 of diamonds. Dominic has been eliminated. Nice pick up there for Schweini.
Ich sehe 20 Minuten aus. Das kannst du ja sagen.
120 players remaining now. We haven't seen much from Maul. Seen him play very passive in 1 or 2 hands, that's about it. It has only been 3 full orbits as the blinds have just gone up. The small blind is now 20k, big blind 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. So Paparo 2.5 times the big blind to go on the cutoff at ace-5 offsuit. Bauer defending in the big with ace-2 clubs. We are 1 player away from that pay jump. Pay jump of about €75 or thereabouts. Jack 8-7 is the flop, goes check check, turn is the king of hearts. Bauer checking a second time. Now, Paparo had an opportunity to ref that king. I understand him checking behind on such a wet flop. Straights and flush draws out there, but once he checks the turn, then he's just trying to get the showdown. And it does just get chopped up. A jump has been reached. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the CNP. €250 buy-in. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, we had a total entry field of 2,720. Even pocket tens. Raises to 80k. Small in the big blind with ace jack with diamonds. Wants to be rejamming this one. Stephen, one of the most aggressive players at this feature table, and Maul playing sub 10 big blinds to start the hand. An ideal opportunity to get it all in. Sometimes going to have a small bit of fold equity. Most of the time going to be in a good flipping opportunity to double up and get something going. And it is all. We've got action. So here we go. Ace jack against the tens. King queen 8 is the flop. Tens still good for now. Need to dodge a lot of outs. 7, be precise. And the turn is one of them. Now Stephen looking to pair the board. Can't pair the board, and Maul will double up. Stephen will be under $1 million now, and Maul playing 860k going forward, which is good for over 20 bigs. Patience paying off for Maul on this occasion.
Long time I didn't see you.
For an hour.
I follow you. Like 1 hour. I don't like that you are following me.
I played 0 hands from the moment we were sitting. 0. 0.
The camera?
The camera does not work well.
When you get hurt, just put them on the line. On the line.
I'll tell you the שני קלפים על הקו לכמה שניות ואז תתחיל.
Couple of seconds.
Our raising 85k with King Deuce offsuit on the button.
Mega idea.
On Geronimo again in the big blind this time, 4-3 of clubs. He's going to call an additional 45k. We'll see a flop. Flop is King 8-6. Top pair for Bauer. Geronimo coming up short. Goes check. Perhaps he's superstitious or something. He seems to take a long time with every decision on flop, turn, river, and especially pre-flop. I'm all for letting people take as much time as they want in general, but this is a little bit excessive for my liking, especially when it's every hand just has 4 high. Taking 30 seconds there just to fold 4 high with 2 clubs in your hand on a 2-diamond flop. Seems a little bit outrageous. Sometimes we just gotta call a spade a shovel on this channel, folks. T1 is now your chip leader with 36 bigs. Raz hasn't been able to do much, has been card dead to be fair, playing 7 bigs. The closest to her then is Paparo with 18, and you can see no one running away with. They're all between that 18 to 25 to 30 big blind zone. Got a closely bunched stacks at this feature table with 114 players remaining. Stephen raising to 80k. Okay, that's showing that seat 9 folded ace king. I assure you they did not fold ace king. Just a graphical error. Power in the cutoff with ace queen. Bet coming in hot to 225k. Could have just opted for a rejam off sub 20 bigs to start the hand, but deciding to just 3-bet. This looked very strong to Stephen from his under the gun open with pocket 8s. So action back to Stephen, 145k to call. Looks like he's just going to call. This pot getting pricey and spicy. 550 in the middle as we see the flop. Ace 7-3. Bauer liking that one. Top pair queen kicker, even getting out flopped. I think, given the way Stephen's getting pre, sometimes okay to call, but this is the situation you're going to be faced with a lot of the time. A lot of overcards can come out to beat our pocket eights. So are we just putting in our money, hoping for a good flop, 145k? I think we just wanted to be folding that one pre. Bauer's 3-bet looking so strong. Raz going to have to get busy soon, or they're going to be blinded out of the tournament. Yarin Yifra, our new player at the table. Ace 8 of clubs, 24 bigs, and the decision. Mid position. I think this is good enough to open up. Say hello to the table. Say hello to my little friend. Raises to 90k. Geronimo once again, this time on the button. Ace 4 of diamonds and the decision. I think he could just call here, it's totally fine. I actually don't mind a 3-bet. Combination to do it with the suited wheel variety, those ace deuce to ace 5 suited. Like he decides against it. Stephen in the big with ace jack off suit. Just wants to be rejamming this one. Looks like he's just going to see a flop. Ace 10-5 is the flop. And this could lose a lot of chips here for Yifra. This kind of flop. Top pair for both players. Stephen's hand will look looks on the side of deception because you would be expecting your opponent to be rejamming ace 10 and ace jack plus. Yifra will think he is golden on this flop. Bet 85k, and now Stephen just has to decide how he's going to get all this money in. All this beautiful money. Stephen calls the 85k, and the turn is the jack of diamonds. Now with top two, Stephen. Now, does Yifra just want to try see a river, or is he just going to try go for the full enchilada? Looks like he's going to bet. We'll get called by draws. Maybe a 10 sometimes. Like I said, Yifra going to think if Stephen had a better ace, he would have found out about a pre-flop. Now Yifra doesn't know what to do. It's 400k more to call. He's already invested 400k. You can see the pot is just over $1 million. Putting 2.5 to 1 on his money. And Stephen would have to have like a combo draw, something like diamonds, like 10x of diamonds. That springs to mind here. Other than that, he's not beating much. But as I said twice now, I feel like if Stephen had a better ace, Yifra would have found out about it pre. We can see that that's not the case. I would find it very hard to fold the ace 8 in Yifra's choose, but I probably would just check back the turn and then reevaluate on the river, depending on what the river is, of course. We put ourselves in these agonizing situations. I don't think it's bad to bet the turn. I just would prefer checking. We also have to weigh up the fact that we let our opponent get there a considerable percentage of the time when we do check back the turn. You would expect ace 10 and ace jack to re-jam pre, so therefore, and like ace 5 beats him, we block that. I think when we've invested 400k of our stack and it's 400k to call, we do have to just put the money in and hope we're good. Let's get the bad news. And this one with a 1.5 million in the middle would be a nice pot for Stephen to take down. Donkey double up and Yifra will be left with 7 bigs, having just joined the feature table. Stephen will take down that one. Apocalypse in the house says, good evening, boys and girls. Welcome back, Dan. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, not so bad. Hope you're doing well yourself. Don't know if you were watching the UFC at all, but the main event last night was really, really exciting. Since you're always telling me about the wrestling, there's one or two prizes in the co-main event and the main event, especially the main event. And Yifra losing 70% of his stack in that last hand. You're missing, haven't missed much Apocalypse, but it's been a very interesting opening 2 hours. No, it wasn't in London last night, it was in Salt Lake City in Utah. For the opening few orbits here, we've had a lot of interesting starting hands, to say the least. But it's to be expected to see some unorthodox play in a €250 buy-in with 2,720 entries. Yifra with the rejam. The ace jack of clubs and Papero with pocket tens. We've got action. Papero with the pocket tens, 185 to call. Won't be going anywhere. It does flick in the chips, 670 in the middle, up for grabs. Yifra 46% with the ace jack of clubs, and Papero 54% with the two tens. Queen 8 deuce is the flop. Deuce of spades hits the turn. Yifra shaking his head as we see the river. River is the king of kings. Papero eliminates another player, playing 1.1 million now. And Yifra has been eliminated in 112th place. That means 111 players remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €725, as Apocalypse is telling me he's been busy watching the cricket. No, I draw the line at cricket. I can't do cricket, I'm sorry. I understand it's a massive sport and maybe I am ignorant, but that's what makes humans fascinating. Some like oranges, some like apples, some like bananas, and so on and so forth. I can't do crickets. Although I hear Ireland have an amazing team. Apocalypse says his garden is basically the local cricket club. I have to like it. Fair enough. I actually have a tennis court around the corner from me. I'd be meaning to buy some balls and get practicing my serve. But the weather here has been shocking. Geronimo on the hijack with ace-10 of diamonds. This is our friend Apocalypse's Geronimo. He's taking about 30 seconds before doing anything pre-flop with any hand. And then the same is happening on flops, turns and rivers, even when he hasn't connected with the board. He must be superstitious, or he has to take exactly X amount of time per decision, because it's been excessive. And Geronimo raising to 105k is a legitimate hand with the ace-10, of course. Papero with 8-4 of heart in the big, 65k to call. I think Papero could defend this for a min raise, but for 2.5 times the big, might just let this go. Does say goodbye to it. Apocalypse says he draws the line of tennis himself since Federer retired, at least. Yeah, I like that new kid on the block though. Alcaraz. And Johan says, yeah, well, let's make it about the poker, Johan, the man. In 2.5 weeks, you will play the IPS at Rosvadov live from the King's Resort. €380 for 1 million guaranteed prize pool. I actually was looking at the schedule coming up at King's Resort there, and there is just event after event, spoiled for choice. And that brings us, that's for the next few weeks. And then, of course, mid-September to late September, we've got the World Series of Poker circuit events, and then a small little break in between before the big one. I see that they've just released the full schedule for the World Series of Poker Europe, and there is 15 bracelets up for grabs. Yes, that's right, you heard me right. 15 bracelets. I think there's 15 million guaranteed in prize pools also. Hope I have that right. Maul with the Queen Jack of clubs, getting busy with it. Wonder gun +1, 85k to go. Raz is deciding to go with this in the hijack, and although instead they're going to have to make a move. No, maybe the graphics have served us wrong. Hold on. Okay, Raz is making a stand here with the same hand as Maul. I like this from Raz in the hijack, 5 bigs. It's a great hand to gamble with. Got to make a move before the blinds and antes come back around to her. And I wish you the best of luck, Johan, playing that tournament. That looks deadly, and I'm sure I'll be commentating on it, so I'll be keeping an eye out for you. T1 asking for a count here. I think he just wants to be letting this go, the A6 offsuit. Johan says the last IPS, the prize pool was 1.6 million with more than 5,000 entries. I remember that well. That was mental. And both players will be happy to see the same hand. Raz needing spades, Maul needing clubs, or this one most likely going to get chopped up.
Only spades, please. I need some spades. I need to see.
753 is the flop, and Maul flopping 2 clubs. Free rolling now against Raz.
Red. Red card.
Turn is the 5 of hearts. Is it to be a cruel river? It is not. It's the 8 of diamonds. Okay. Breathe a sigh of relief there, Raz. Splits fill. The 2 players involved. 108 players remaining, and this will be the last hand before the break. That break will be about 12 minutes. We will be playing a few more levels tonight for sure, either down to 24 or the end of level 27. So a long way to go yet before they're bagging and tagging, which means we've got lots more action to bring you from the CNP. Day 2. Steven Slither, chip leader, but not by much. T1 up Bazaars there, 3 big blinds behind Geronimo, then in 3rd place. The rest following suit. Geronimo with the 4 of hearts under the gun +1. Surprise, surprise, he does eventually let it go.
Every hand. Every hand.
Ich nehme an, da gibt es so Hände, die 6-3 aufzählen oder sowas. Ist doch scheißegal.
Paparo raising to 80k with the King Jack of Diamonds. Bauer defending with the Ace-3 offsuit. Bet 100k on 943. Bauer with a pair and some backdoors. Gurn giving trips now. Bauer. Checks over to Paparo. And disastrous river here. Parts. Bauer. Oh, he's going for a sneaky check raise. I would have wanted to see Bauer just head out, make sure he got paid. He decided to go for a check raise. Quite sneaky. But he's just done it so fast there. Looks very strong. Paparo, additional 175 call. Min raising. For me there, Bauer giving away the strength of his hand and could have got paid more. Paparo snapping him off. We'll get bad news. That means we are going to go on our first break. 108 players remaining in the CNP. I will see you all soon for lots more action live from the King's Resort and Albazanov. Back in a few moments.
And you got to give him credit, ladies and gentlemen, for having the heart to fire 3 times into the chip leader.
6.5.
6.5.
6.7 behind. Is that right?
Seconds.
6.7 behind.
1 million. 1 million.
For raise 1 million.
Alan Kessler saying some are fake online caches. It shouldn't count online as WSOP caches. Okay, what about online bracelets? Do they count? Top pair for open.
Good check.
Complete width for Squiddy. Has been knuckled over to him. And he's going to set fire to 600k. No, Martin saying NFG, Henry Anker saying no, they don't count either in my book. Heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Each to their own opinions, I get it. Alan Kessler. Squiddy picking up equity on the Queen of Diamonds, and 9 would now win it for him.
check.
Picked up 4 outs. You see the payouts in the chat. Everyone now guaranteed 314,000 euros for their efforts.
Back check. 6 bet 1.6.
Squiddy has found a sizable double barrel. 1.6 into 3.4, just a pip south of half pot. Setting up a very natural river jam. As the 3 of clubs finds its way to the river. Pretty much all the draws bricking bar the 7-4s of the world. Hearts and diamonds, 7-8, 9-10. Grafton unblocking both hearts and diamonds. Wonder if he finds the follow through here.
5 seconds. 4 check.
Orpin slips over the rope. .8 in the middle. Does Grafton just wave the white flag? Does he say run it?
5 seconds. On time bank, please.
Doesn't.
3.5.
3.5.
Does effectively jam. Fires a third barrel for 3.5 million. And you got to give him credit, ladies and gentlemen, for having the heart to fire 3 times into the chip leader. Picked up equity on the turn, hence the turn double barrel. Has followed through on the brick river with all the immediate draws. All the obvious draws, rather. Bricking feels like a decent hand candidate to do it with. Unblocking hearts. Unblocking diamonds. Blocking some of the stronger hands. And wow. Gets Orpin to fold the better hand. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen, is up to 11 million. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? His turn, a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. Maybe just took the day off school. But no, obviously all joking aside, big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that
got-
thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shit, right.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Sorry. Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foy, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
All in.
Daniel ships it in. Deeb with the King 8. Going to get out of the way, as will Kim in the small. See if Paul wakes up with anything. Wakes up with 4s. May look this up here. For 10 big blinds more.
4. Well, 4, 3, 50, 60, yeah.
And it does make the call. And would you believe Negreanu is in great shape. Gonna win this.
You better get there. You got 2 suits though.
4 out of 5 times.
You rooting for me? I think he's rooting for you.
If Paul can drill a 2-outer or find some clubs or spades,
Nothing personal.
he's gonna have 20 of the 30 million in play.
He freaking moved it right, goes forward.
5 to come, chat.
I'm like, I had him. Yeah. You know, he's the monster. All of a sudden,
D-Negs
like, 2
looking
bigs.
for bracelet number 7. Can he find the hold here?
12 of them on my stack.
Jack 4 deuce. Paul flops middle set.
Hearts, right? You do have hearts.
Nasty.
Top of 3.
A 6-8 game, chat.
I know, just like that. Yeah. So at least it's not a selfie stick.
Deuce to hearts on the turn. Does present a flush draw, but unfortunately for D-Negs, Paul has boated up.
You too. Early, maybe this helps.
Premature handshake between the two.
GG. GG.
GG's all around as the ace of spades rolls off on the river, and we lose 6-time bracelet winner. And let's just name it, all-round poker legend Daniel Negreanu in full. Great start.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at King's.
find someone.
I understand that.
I'll take this tournament. What time does the buying for the high roller finish? Finish already?
Not there, not there. Over there.
How many players? 110?
It was 40, he opened with 80. You are
My
commenting
tournament,
48.
I'm
Is
telling you. Now every hand
he
shove.
opened 80 small blind.
Shove and pray. I know what to do.
Yeah, you call
I was
now you are small blind.
Blood poker. It's a new blood. I invented.
Alright guys, so we are ready to continue blinds at 25, 50, 50. I wish you best of luck.
And you wish only one person best of luck?
A little bit more.
Enough of fun, right? One of the two.
Alright folks, we're back. We're live. Lots more action for the CNP Day 2 hour in the small blind. Queen off suit completing. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 25k, big blind 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50. And our going to fold to the jam of Mall with the ace-7. Our conceding with King Queen. A very strong hand to fold, but doesn't feel like falling off nearly 20 big blinds of his 33 big blind stack.
Time to shine.
Rad's beautiful monster here under the gun ace off suit. Going all in for her last 5 bigs. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the King's Resort in Roscoe. 107 players remaining in this tournament. And the winner tomorrow will walk home with €80,000. First, second, third, fourth, and sixth all will receive 10 grand tickets to World Series Poker Europe later on this year. Power going to fall on the button with Queen Jack of Hearts. This is an ideal situation for Raz to double up. Dropping in the big blind, 20 big. Behind the ace 10 of clubs. You could opt to rejam here and get Power out of the way and go heads up against Raz, and I don't think that that's that bad of an idea. A lot of dead money out there if you just get Power to fold free. Decides to just call.
245.
Come on.
245. That's 175, sir. 125 more. Then 120,000 more. Or
So we will see a flop. Massive opportunity for Raz to triple up here.
okay, 3 players, 1 cent, all in.
665 is the flop. 2 hearts on board. Power quickly checking back. Raz is still good. 9 of diamonds hitting the turn. Oh my god, what a terrible, terrible card here for Yael Raz. Geronimo now with top pair, top kicker. He had to fade a lot of hearts, to be fair, but the 10 of spades sealing her fate. Horrible.
175.
Terrible outcome there for Raz. Understand her dismay. She will take her leave in 103rd place.
Welcome, sir.
Finally not going to open with the ace 10 off suit. Now Ronnie in the hijack with pocket 8.
Raise 105.
Go. 100 players remaining now. Ronnie making it 125 to go with the 8s in the hijack mall. decision on the button, ace-6 of clubs. Even king 10 checks after defending. Good flop for Ronnie. Just one overcard here to his pocket eights on 9-5-3 rainbow. I thought it was a Mr. Win line. Poppy says ace-6 past white. Well, you just won a pot there facing a 2.5x open. It's okay to call on the button or rejam, but I think all options were fine there and just decided to take the conservative route and let it go. Maud has played a bit tight in a few spots. He's hanging on with 18 bigs. And that is why I believe we see him fold the ace-6 suited, facing the open from the hijack. Ronnie is your chip leader. Getting almost 50 bigs. Your short stack now is Caparo, 10. Geronimo playing 35 bigs now on the button. And a raise to 110k. Mr. Winline Poppy says, okay, I would play differently. Yeah, I think it's, what way would you play it, do you think? I think you can call and see flop in position. You could also 3-bet. I'm not fully against just shoving 20 big blinds for 1,000,000 chips in his face if he's opening too wide and too often. I think all options are fine there. I think you made a good question and a comment. My last option I think I would do myself is just fold. But the ace-6 not going to play as well as, say, the suited wheels. Ace-6 and ace-7 just not playing that well. Even ace-8 offsuit, or ace-8 suited. Twiney, 17 bigs here now. And the Cowboys. Now, I just think this is a very large raise size to choose with the kings. I prefer something closer to 100k, 110. You're pricing out hands that you want to call when we make it almost 3 times the big blind. When we were playing sub 20 big blinds to start the hand, Ronnie is going to call with the ace jack of hearts. And now it's on Geronimo again. Let's go. We will see a flop, 400k in the middle, and it's a spicy one. Ronnie with 44% equity to crack kings. I expect to see fireworks here. All the money gonna go in here, one would think. Depends what way Schweini wants to play this one. Does he want to check raise or just call? Looks like he's going for a raise. Wants to raise to about 240, 250k. Goes for 280. This is fine. Ronnie going to quickly call, and we are off to see a turn with almost $1 million in the middle. Turn is the 3 of diamonds, and Schweini just going to be shoving this one. 2 flush draws on board, straight draws, 465 left, 965 in the pot. Time to just move it all in, and now Ronnie with the decision. I think we will see Ronnie call here. Surprised to see Ronnie fold there, but it is a good fold against pocket kings. I expected to see Ronnie lose the additional 465 or to see it all go in the middle. Does make a good fold. Mr. Wynn says, call, don't pass. Don't got the message for this occasion, Mr. Wynn. I thought we would see him call as well. We had invested a decent amount of chips, but against an overpair, needing an ace or a heart, I thought we'd see all the money go in on the flop. Bauer getting jiggy with it here with the ace-4 offsuit, raising to 100k. Loosey-goosey here from Bauer. Bauer will take down the blinds and antes, which are currently worth 125k. Just adding 10% to his stack by taking down the blinds and antes pre-flop. Don't mind if I do. Our ace king of diamonds. He's got a real hand this time. 140 to go. Geronimo with pocket tens. We've got action. Just going to call. A set for Geronimo. And 5 deuce and power. With one diamond on board, has backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws working for him. Power betting 180. Surely he's just going to call here. Really don't like a raise. There is no reason to raise here on 10-5 deuce rainbow, and he is exactly min raised. This is what we don't want to do. We want our opponent to continue barreling into us. When we do this, we get them to fold out so many hands, and the jig is up. We are saying to our opponent we have a set or an overpair to the board here when we just min raise from 180 to 360k, and this is not something you do at home. Just call. It is going to get Bauer to call for an additional 180k, and I don't blame him for that price, but he's going to be very cautious surely on turn and river. Now he's just going to have to check fold If Geronimo wanted to be really sneaky here, he would just check back. There's nothing to be afraid of on this board. Just moves all in. It's okay to do this if we think Bauer has a massive hand. We can see, and it's easy to say this from at home in the cards. We just don't want to be indicating such massive strength to our opponent. Yeah, look, this is what makes the game so beautiful. People play their €250 won't have played at a professional level before, and they have the opportunity to take down €80,000 as an amateur, which is just incredible. That is why poker is booming like never before. 95 players remaining now, 5 players away from a pay jump. Papero in the cutoff, queen off, 2-7 bigs. Just wants to be shoving this one. But he's going for a min. It looks like just a call. Interesting. Papero could have avoided this, letting the Robbie in the Jack-4 offsuit and Ronnie's King-Deuce suited. 6-6-5 is the flop. This one going to the river. And now Bauer. The best hand. Or no, it's a three. Papero and Ronnie chopping this one up. Jeez. Sorry guys. Double pair board counterfeiting Bauer's 4 on the river, of course. Mr. Wynn says he's rooting for Ronnie. Darwin, the small A4 diamond's going to complete. We are one player away from a pay jump, as Guzma's asked who is the best player here. I am. That's why I'm commentating. I don't know, I'm only joking. I'm not sure who is the best player at this table. We've only had 5 orbits, 45 hands total. We've seen a lot of unorthodox and regular play. And the pay jump is of €125 between 90th and 89th place. And that pay jump has been reached. That means all players are guaranteed a minimum of €850. Ronnie doesn't even want to open the ace-9 off suit from the hijack. That's a little bit tight from Ronnie. Didn't fancy it. Geronimo 7-3 of clubs in the small blind, 50 bigs. Nice to give a walk, and our new player at the table, Francisco Perez. It's a walk there, much needed. Now playing 11 big blinds. Siegfried in the hijack, ace-8 offsuit, raising to 135. Gets the job done, adds 125 to the stack, which is good. We're over 10%. Nice pick up there for the ace-8. So Geronimo, you're still your chip leader with 50. Ronnie in second place with 40. Looking down the end of the barrel there, Perez is second last with 11, and Paparo still struggling with under 10 big blinds. Paparo picking up a hand under the gun, ace-king off to 8 big blinds. Now we've seen him limp off these kind of stacks and min-raise and stuff. He just wants to be jamming this one all day. That gets 7s to fold. Small asking for a count, but it will be for over half his chips. I think ace-9 offsuit can cut the mustard. T1 in the big blind. I don't think he can call an additional 350k here with Queen Jack off two. Under the gun against big blind. Just show his hand and fold. Drawing him on the hijack, Queen 6 of diamonds. And T1 just gonna shove on Papero. Papero will be calling this with ace jack. T1 with the ducks. Golden opportunity for Papero to gamble here. I'd be shocked to see him fold. Does call. Up is Queen 8 floor. Deuce is still in the lead. Papero needing help. A million in the middle up for grabs. Got backdoor straight draws and flush draws working for him. The 9 of hearts can make it straight now with a 10. Still in the lead as we hit the river. There is the 6 of spades and Papero has been eliminated. T1 will scoop those chips now playing 1.6 million. like we're going to get 2 players. Up again, small blind, 30k blind. Okay. With a 60k running big blind ante, that's 30, 60, 60. Maul with 13 bigs under the gun with pocket fives. Looks like he's going to raise this one up to 125. Not a big fan of this. Rather shove this one or just let it go. But having said that, it will look very strong to the rest of the table. The raise is coming from under the gun off 13 bigs. T1 will call on the button for 125 of pocket sixes. Schweini can see a flop here with the 7 deuce of diamonds for 65k more. 370 in the middle. He's getting great odds with the sides against it. Queen Jack Jack is the flop. Small checking over the T1. T1 might want to take a small stab at this. It'll be hard to get the showdown. Doesn't have to bet much, just bet like 80k, 100k. Goes for 90 in between 80 and 100. Small flop and T1 groups. Ronnie getting a walk here with the ace queen of hearts. Geronimo with ace queen off spruce. A lot of walks happening here. Bauer giving a walk, which is understandable with his 4 deuce off scoop. Maul will scoop that one with the jack 4 suited. 75 players remaining now, folks. Pay jump is looming. From 72nd to 71st of about a buy-in. Full all round to the small blind and Maul. Just wants to be shoving this one all day. 11 bigs, pocket trees. Geronimo going to take his time before folding the 9-4 suited. Ronnie not going to open the ace-3 of hearts here in the hijack. Ronnie on the small queen-7 of diamonds. Geronimo raising to 125 from the small queen-7 of diamonds, and Perez is going to let the queen-8 offsuit go. I think that was a golden opportunity for Perez to see a flop there for 65k more. Geronimo getting away with murder there on that occasion. And sub 10 bigs just wants to be shoving blind be blind with a hand as strong as queen-7. Our opponent not going to be calling correctly the majority of the time, and it makes it a profitable shove. Pay jump almost incoming, one elimination away. Two eliminations away. My apologies. Power raising to 150k with the deuces. This is very wide off the stack depth. 2.5 times the big blind with 11 big blinds behind, and T1 in the big with ace queen. Just wants to be rejamming this one all day. Does move all in. Oh, we're going to save some face here. Power folds. T1 will scoop that one with the ace queen off suit. And 73 players remaining, 2 eliminations away from the pay jump. Small with 13 bigs and pocket tens. I think we just want to shove 13 bigs here with the tens. Go for a min raise, of course. But I think the hand, like 8s, 9s, and 10s, just plays better as a jam. You raise call jacks plus. You raise call 10s plus as well, but I would prefer to just jam 13 bigs and less. Small will just take that one down. Schweiny not going to defend with the queen 5 off suit. And Johan said Tim did raise last time with the deuces. He did. Indeed. Perez, still your shorty here with 7 bigs, and Bauer with 12. Geronimo, 44, is your chip leader, and T1 with 34 bigs is in second place. Only one other player with 30 big blinds and above. There's just one more elimination left now, and all players will be guaranteed a cool €1,000 plus for their effort so far. T1 on the button, King 6 of clubs, 33 bigs, and the decision. I think that's a big pass there from T1. Easily could have opened that one. Schweiny going to shove all in from the small. Ronnie in the big with Jack 9 of clubs. Won't be able to call over $1 million. Will show. Ronnie will be happy to see that. Schweiny now playing 20 bigs. Small going for the raise again. This time King Jack off suit under the gun. Lucas, the new player at the table here with queens, 2 ladies in the cutoff. Wants to be 3-bet calling this one against the under the gun open of Maul. We need to make it too big, like 350 maybe. Goes for 275. Yeah, that seems okay. A little bit small for my liking. It's just over a min raise. Wants to make it a little bit more. And the pay jump has been reached, folks. 9 players remaining now. Well, there's a real hand now. Stephen raising to 150 with 2 black barries, the aces, T1, 150k to call, pocket sevens. is just going to let it go. Stephen with about 17.5 bigs to start the hand. Maul in the big, 90k to call, just with ace-3 offsuit. Maul does make a good laydown. Stephen will just have to be content with the blinds, and antes adds 150k to his stack. Perez all in under the gun with king, jack of hearts. T1 looking for a count. 400k total, so just under 7 bigs, 6.5. T1 to folds, the dominating king queen. Lucas, with a massive stack of nearly 5 million, is going to call pocket fives. Now Ronnie, this is a great opportunity for Ronnie to rejam. There's so much dead money out there, but if Lucas is trapping him, put his full tournament at risk. I think ace queen just going to be a bit too strong here to not rejam over the top. Ronnie has been playing quite conservatively. Interesting to see what he does here. Johan says the average stack is above 2 million. Yeah, sounds about right. In between that 30 to 40 big blind zone is usually where we fall. Love this move by Ronnie over the top. Lucas asking for a count, but he won't be able to call the additional 1.4 million. Lucas is out of the way, and Ronnie with the ace queen against Francisco Perez with the king jack of hearts. And great opportunity for both players to win a massive pot. 1.35 million in the pot. All that additional extra value. King 7-4 is top, one heart. Great start for Perez. Ronnie needing an ace. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. No ace on the river for Ronnie. Ronnie could be worse for Ronnie. He's still going to have 1.4 million. Perez now going to be playing almost identical there. 1.35. Johan says a nice pickup. Yeah, really nice pickup there with the additional value from the pocket fives involved. 65 players remaining now, and Lucas with the min raise with the ace 7 of spades. Expect to see Lucas be very loosey-goosey at this table. He's got a massive stack compared to a lot of stacks at this feature table. Schweini just going to call here with ace jack. Ronnie getting out of the way with pocket fours and the hijack, not trying to stop a step this time. So double pair board now. Lucas with ace 7. Schweiny with the ace jack. Schweiny might go for a small bit of value, thinking ace high going to be good here majority of the time. We get called by king high. And the river coming at deuce of hearts and 800k in this pot now. Quickly goes check, check, and yes, we've got another chop pot situation. Stephen just calling for 40k. The 10-9 off suit and T1 with ace jack off suit and a check is option. I would have liked to see T1 jam or at the very least raise. Back 5-4 is the flop. Top pair, top kicker now from T1. Stephen coming up short. He has some back doors. No hearts in his hand. Perhaps he will try at once, but decides against it. T1 gonna show pair top kicker. I don't think we should be showing the table that we're checking a hand big blind with strong as ace jack facing a limp in the small blind. No point in giving away that kind of information, folks.
Sorry? Yeah, 25.
Okay, all the way around to the hijack here, Geronimo, pocket trees. Just decided to let it go. All the way around to the small blind, jack three of clubs. Oh, the chip leader will take that one down. Folded all the way around to the cutoff, and Stephen with 15 bigs, ace queen suited. Wants to be raise calling this one. Uh-oh. We've got action. T1 here with the kings on the button, and maybe perhaps we'll see a little bit of Hollywood here. It'll be very, very difficult for Stephen to get away from this when he just has $1 million behind, which is about 12 bigs. T1 just wants to be 3-betting this to about 400k. $420 at the most. Wow, that's a massive raise. It's a huge sizing. 60 players remaining now. Goes for 650k. A big decision now for Stephen. And T1 looking very comfortable, sizing up his opponent, casually flipping a single chip. Stephen just deciding whether he wants to put his tournament on the line here with ace queen, and I would. T1 snapping him off. I think if he 3-bets small, it's going to be the same outcome. 2.6 million in the middle up for grabs, and T1 67% here with his kings against Stephen's ace queen of diamonds. And the flop, 998, 988, 1 diamond. Turn is another 8, and now a full house for the kings. Nothing changes. Stephen needing an ace on this river. It isn't to be. It's the 4 of hearts. Good game, Stephen. He is your 60th place finisher. That means 59 players remaining, and T1 scooping a big pot there, now playing 3.5 million. Johan said one more 8. Oh yeah, he could have hit another 8. My apologies, Johan. We would have needed Quadzilla in the house. It's so rare that quads come out there that I didn't even think of saying it on this occasion. Jordan says it shouldn't have been so hard to lay down the ace-king pre against that raise. Well, it was such a massive raise, yeah, he might have got away from it, but like, essentially what the button is saying is, I'm committing myself to you, buddy. I think ace-queen suited, cut off against button, it's a very difficult fold to make, especially when we have sub 15 bigs to start the hand. But I've seen crazier folds at the King's Resort, that's for sure. Lucas min raising as the blinds have gone up. 40k is the small blind, 80k big blind, with 80k running big blind ante. Blinds went up a couple of hands ago. Lucas raising to 160 with the king jack off suit, and Schweini in the small blind, ace deuce of clubs. Ronnie in the big, with a very rejammable ace-4 off suit for 15 bigs, facing the open from the chip leader. Looks like Ronnie's going to get away from it. This is a bit too tight, Ronnie. The opportunity to see a flop at the very least for 80k more. Does shove all in. Lucas wants a count. Can't afford this for 1.2 million more. I think this would be a fine call, but it is a considerable portion of his stack. He might decide there's just better spots with 57 players remaining to gamble for about a quarter of his stack or a little bit more. 1.2, he's got 4.4. Yeah, about 25% of his stack total is the opportunity to eliminate a player and have over 6 million. There or thereabouts. Looks like he does just put it in the muck, and Ronnie will get that one through with the rejam. Nice pick up for him. Adds 200k to his stack and is now playing 20 big blinds. As Jordis says, well, Johan says first, it's hard to stay focused after a long day of poker. The number one things I talk about on this channel, apart from the King's Resort itself, is decision fatigue. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. I don't care who you are or where you're from, you can be the best in the world. At some point, your brain will start fogging on you. That is why coming in the best tip-top shape that you can is essential if you want to succeed in no-limit hold'em tournaments, especially when there are marathons in resorts like this one. Perez, 14 bigs and aces. Oh God, no, just decides to move all in. Golden opportunity to try to extract some value, win a massive pot. Yes, it's profitable to shove aces all in for 14 bigs, but it is not optimal. We want to be enticing our opponents to play against us, not just take down the blinds and antes, which looks like this is what's going to happen. We can see it most likely would have been the outcome anyway. Bauer very well could have seen a flop though for 60k more and flop top pair, but we don't like to do hindsight on this channel. Just trying to say we want our opponents to rejam or at least play pots against us when we've aces, not just take down the 200k that's up for grabs. There's many ways to skin a cat, folks. Bauer shoving all in with the last of his biscuits with ace queen off suit. Maul not going to be able to call this one with 10-3. Well, 54 players remaining now. Pay jump is incoming indeed, Johan. Difference between 54th and 53rd place of about a buy-in. Power all in from the button over the top of Lucas. 545 is the total amount. Lucas is going to be priced in here for 385 more. One would think blinds are at 1480 and it's less than 10 bigs. He can well afford it. Those call. We're off to the races. Bauer eating his sixes to hold, and Lucas the opportunity to knock out another player and increase his stack. Flop is queen 4-4. Good start for the pocket sixes. Turn is a deuce of hearts. River is the 8th. Bauer will double up and now play 16 bigs, playing 1.3 million. And the pay jump has been reached, so all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,275. Lucas raising to 160k with the king queen offsuit and Bauer in the cutoff and the decision. Just doubled up, so most likely just wants to let this one go. Could have elected to maybe 3-bet, but it would be a little bit spicy. Geronimo in the small blind, ace-5 offsuit, lets it go. And Perez not interested in defending a hand as strong as Jack-9 of clubs. Would have liked to see him see a flop for just 80k more. Mizoch not impressed with that Jack-9 suited fold. Yeah, I think it's a golden opportunity to see a flop for such a cheap price. We don't get those opportunities often, so we don't want to let them pass us by. Bauer raising to 175 in the hijack, Jack-10 offsuit, and Benjamin, the new player at the table, Benjamin Meyer, going to defend with 10-9 offsuit. Doesn't want to see a 10. He's got a nice stack though, playing 6 million, just under 6 million to start the hand. Flop is 8-3 deuce. Turn is a deuce of hearts. Would like to see Bauer just bet this flop and take it down. Now it gives Meyer the opportunity to take this pot away from his opponent. He is going to bet 225, and Bauer, without a heart in his hand, is just going to be forced to concede. And he had backdoors, straight draws working for him, and cards he could barrel on. So golden opportunity missed here from Bauer to just c-bet this flop on 8-3 deuce, even though there's 2 hearts on board. Yes, Mizoch, we've had some interesting play today, especially early on. But it's been interesting. We've had a lot of action. We've had a lot of passive play that's not given us much action also, so it's a tale of two cities. Looks like 8-7 diamonds folding on the button. That could have been a good opportunity to open. Although small and big having large stacks. Meyer into small now, 10-9 of clubs. Jack 10-7 is the flop, and T1 with Queen Deuce of clubs, and Meyer with a pair and a straight draw. T1 could opt to float with backdoors, but decides against it. Meyer takes that one down. Ronnie is all in, and this is a bit overkill. Ronnie shoving 20 big blinds from under the gun +1. This pocket quad says Benjamin busted him a few hours ago. Happy to see him doing well. Nice one. Always good when we can root the people or a fella or lady that busted us out in an event. Not an easy thing to do. Now, I don't like this jam by Ronnie. We want to be raised calling this one. Like I keep saying, we want to give our opponents the opportunity to re-jam weaker hands and call with weaker hands in the blinds. Pocket Quad says, at least he's putting my chips to good use. Well, they say jealousy is just somebody we should be learning from. You don't seem to be jealous. So maybe there's nothing to be learned from him. Only joking. Fold all the way around to the small blind here. Ace-3 off suit for T1. This is going to be far too many chips for him to call. Not sure what the posturing is about here. There's no pay jump to worry about. Ronnie has been pretty tight, all things considered. And Ronnie just gonna have to be content with the blinds and antes on this occasion. Playing 1.8 million now going forward. Okay, folks, this is going to be the last hand before the break. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We'll be playing down to 24 players tonight. Lots more action to come. Live from the King's Resort in Roswithout. Nice to see over 100 of you still tuning in on Twitch alone. And remember, we're going to have a long, action-packed day of poker tomorrow. Crowning yet another champion of this fantastic resort to the tune of €80,000 this time, and 10 grand tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year up for grabs. So it is all to play for. And look at this, Bauer all in, Meyer picking up kings, absolute action, calling from the cutoff. And we are all in and call. 2.4 million in this pot up for grabs. Bauer going to need an ace. 35% equity. Meyer 2-1 favorite to eliminate a player and add 2 million to his 5.2 million stack.
Can you sit down, please? You have a card. That's all.
Seven deuce deuce is the flop. Turn is a queen. Just an ace now on the river, where Bauer will be eliminated, and 50 players are going to remain now. Bauer is your 51st place finisher. We are going to go on a short break. I will see you all in a few moments.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the queen eight. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
All in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Favorite spots? Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked sixes, like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like,
yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the king of hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short. Embrace It event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather.
All in.
Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois Just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
well.
Wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace, king, 9,
On the turn.
Flat could be down to 2 million. 6-8 game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace, 9 or king needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that,
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat.
Emotionally
All
dead
right.
inside.
Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
or society.
As we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nikki P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
1 time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot. It's in the middle. We'll get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102.
1 time button.
Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here. Wow. Blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds. Needs to fade a 7. And now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs.
Deuce of clubs.
Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alright folks, we're back. Johan has just informed me on the chat that there's 3 more levels to play, or we will reach 24 players remaining, whichever comes first. Maul all in for his last 5 bigs with ace-8 off suit. Blinds are up. Small blind is 50k. Big blind 100k with 100k running big blind ante. That is 50, 100, 100, 50 players remaining. Interesting to see how the last few levels are going to go before they bag and tag. Like we were saying earlier, you can only make so many good decisions in a day. Players will be getting fatigued and tired after a long few days. Walker says, been here all evening, just a quiet one tonight. Well, you see, we're smack bang in the middle of summer. Although we have an amazing channel. A lot of people have families, they grind on Sundays. There is an array of events on all over the world. Lucas calling 475 with the ace-5. Ronnie in the big blind, ace queen suited, 15 bigs, facing the all in for 5 bigs and a call for 5 bigs. This is all an ideal situation for Ronnie to just move all in like he did earlier with the ace queen. Just shove it, Ronnie. Get her done, son. Moves all in for 1.7 million. Ronnie rejams Lucas now. 12 more big blinds to call. He's going to be forced to fold the ace-5. 3 aces out there already. The ace-5, ace-8, ace-queen. Maul. Going to need help here. 30% with his ace-8 against Ronnie's 70% with his ace-queen. 16 bigs, 1.6 million in the middle, up for grabs. And that's 2 pair for Maul. Great start. Ronnie needing a lady. Burns a tree. River is the deuce of diamonds. Johan says Ronnie is not lucky when flipping. Well, it's a great moment for Maul. He's now going to be playing 16 bigs. Benjamin, the runaway bride at this feature table, playing 77 big blinds. Great spot to be in. Ronnie in the small blind there, golden opportunity to rob the blinds, to shove all in with 11. King 4. Ronnie, a bit too passive there. I know we don't have a good kicker, but we've got a king. We need one player to get through. As Johan says, a king of kings. Indeed, Johan. It's just, with some big stacks at this table, it's not going to be often that you're going to be folded around to the blinds. Bigger stacks should really be punishing the shorter stacks and opening wider than they normally would. So when we do have an opportunity and it's folded around to the small and we have a better than average hand, we just want to shove all in when we're sub 12 bigs there, 12, 13 bigs max, including our small. Lucas in the hijack, king 10, min raising, king 10 suited. Small in the small, ace queen suited. Wants to just be rejamming this one. Does rejam, and Geronimo in the big blind now with king, queen of spades. We're facing an open and a jam. He's gonna just fold, I would think. Geronimo would have to be willing to gamble for it all. I think facing an open and a rejam, he will eventually let this one go. And Lucas gets out of the way. Maul now playing 2 million. 1 foot out of the door, only a few moments to go. Johan says Lucas is not lucky with the hands he plays, but he can just keep peppering them with the jab, you know. He's going to keep min raising, doesn't want to be getting jammed on, of course, but like, you know, he's only losing 2 bigs. He's not just going to get re-jammed all the time. And this Benjamin Meyer fella seems to be a pro. I think he could be part of the Dorian Melhair's crew. I'm not used to seeing him on the feature table, but he definitely has a wordy Hendon mob. Ronnie now with jacks does rejam for 1.1 million. Now does Benjamin want to gamble here for 960k more? Under the gun against cutoff. Does flick it in. King high flop, king 6-5, and now Ronnie going to need a Jeffrey, or he's going to be out of here. Turn is the 4 diamonds, and the river is the 9 of clubs. Benjamin is going to be playing 9 million now, and Ronnie played a little bit too passive in certain spots. Unlucky in the end, losing a coin flip. He will be eliminated in 47th place. T1 raises to 225. Ace 10 off suit. T1 going to take this one down. Don't think Meyer will be defending with 6-3 off suit, but he might for 125 more. Let's find out. Let's it go. Apocalypse says, bedtime in England. Take care and see you all tomorrow. Rest up, Buttercup. Chat you tomorrow. Page on blooming from 45th place to 44th place of a buy-in. Buy-in of about 250 quid. T1 getting the one with the 10-8 off suit. And Schweiny is going all in under the gun at 8-7 off suit. I don't understand this. We've seen him be quite tight. And here's what I was talking about with Benjamin, with a whopping 9 million almost to start the hand, is raising things up a little bit lighter. Jack 4 suited. We've seen a few Jack 4 offsuits throughout the night. Not a Jack 4 suited. Got the suited Robbie. And Schweiny now with the 8-6 offsuit, 100k to call. Johan says another big stack at the table. Is about to acknowledge that, yeah, when it comes around to him. New player at the table. Schweiny calling an additional 100k. Here we go. Queen 10-3. And this is just going to get checked. And now Benjamin just wants to be betting this one. Either that or go for a delayed C-bet. I prefer just betting now. Doesn't have to bet big. Can bet like 140. Goes for 140. Martin Griesinger from the Czech Republic, and he is playing 8.5 million. We are still on that pay jump. One player to go before that's reached. Pay jump. Like I said, play jump. It's been a long day. Benjamin in the hijack, ace-6 offsuit. Price set go. Schweiny with the rejam here with the ace-3 of hearts. Bad timing. T1 sitting there with jacks. So 1.7 in this one. Ace-3 with 21% equity. A little bit more now, 41%, an open-ender, backdoor hearts, and an ace working for Schweiny. Turn is the king of clubs. 7 outs for Schweiny as we hit the river. The river gives him the straight. That's the second time today he's got a crucial double up. Sucking out. This pot nearly with $1 million on it as we hit the turn is gate of heart, ace, ace, 9, 8. Loris with pocket 4s and Martin king 6. Loris now with the option. A jump has been reached, 44 players remaining now, 20 eliminations away from all players bagging and tagging. That pay jump is to €1,550. T1, ace queen of clubs. Meyer with ace 10 of clubs. Two more players have been eliminated. 42 players remaining now. In raise from Meyer. Geronimo, 100k to call with 6-5 of diamonds. He's gonna call. Let's see a flop. King 7-3, straight draw for Geronimo. Benjamin with the betting lead and the positional advantage. Wants to be continuing on this one for 150, 200 even. We'll go for 140, Goes for 180. Looks like he's going to let it go. John Won't needing a 4 for straight is just going to let it go. No hearts in hand. Meyer will win another pot, approaching 10 million tips. And the pocket nines just taking down the blinds and antes. Don't understand that fold with the ace-10 suited. Very tight play with 42 players remaining. Wasn't expecting to see that. Geronimo on the button with Jack 10, 17 bigs and the decision. We have seen a lot of tight play, as I've aforementioned, at this table throughout the night. It is a 250 buy, and you have to remember, players are getting tired. It's 2 a.m. King's Resort. Yeah, Rozzy makes a very good point there. 17 big blinds mid position. There's no way if you fold that, what do you play? I wasn't sorry, I wasn't sure if my eyes were deceiving me when I seen that at first. Blinds are up. Small blind now 60k. Big blind 120k with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. Rozzy says also under the gun player looked at one card, saw a 4 and folded, didn't know he had 4-4 probably. I don't think those small pairs play great from early position, especially when we're first to act. Meyer just going to call the 140. Martin, the opener. See, Martin and Meyer don't really want to be tangling too much with each other when they combined have most of the chips at this table. Yeah, 30 big blinds, you could opt to open 4s under the gun. You're into a full table and there's some really big stacks. So I think 4s just plays better as a fold. You can open like 6s plus, even 5s is just dicey enough. Obviously it depends on the table. This table a little bit more passive than a lot I've seen. You're going to see some cagey play, Rozzy. We're getting close to the end of the day. On King 10-8 there, T1, just going to check back. Now we've got some serious action. Both players with 2 pair. Meyer leading for a small sizing. Goes for 155. I think I'd prefer a larger sizing to try to get paid by a 10, a draw, a worse king. I guess he's controlling the size of the pot. Both players playing cautiously with 41 remaining. Million in the middle. The river is a brick. Now, I'm taking T1 to value time if I'm Meyer in the small blind here. I'd like to see him bet at least half pot. Goes for exactly half pot. Gets called by T1. And that's a nice pot for Benjamin, now playing 11 million. T1 going to be playing 2 million. And Johan says he's saved. If calling, yeah, I think he's just going to be calling on the river there with 2 pair with straight out there and hands to beat us. Loris with the 10s, raising to 275. Small with a very jammable ace jack. But the raise coming from under going +1, getting respect. He's not even going to call, he's just going to let it go. And Perez in the cutoff, ace-9 offsuit. Probably just going to let this one go to an early position open, especially when the early position open is for 20 big blinds to start the hand. And Loris just going to have to be content with the blinds, and antes will scoop that with the pocket 10s. And look at this, aces for Martin. There's 40 players remaining now. Raises to 245. 240. The minimum. And Geronimo with ace queen. Now he's been playing quite snug. Does he want to just rejam this one, or is he just going to call? And we've got some action. Looks like Geronimo's just going to call as I predicted. All players will just rejam this one, especially to a large stack, even though they opened from under the gun +1. Is just going to call. King 6-5 is the flop, and this might save Geronimo, missing that board. Didn't want to see a queen. I wouldn't hate a check from Martin, and he does go for a check, and I like this. A check checking over to Geronimo. Geronimo checking back. Turn is another king. Now, if we're Martin, I think it's time to get some value. Wouldn't expect our opponent to check back with top pair. About a 300k here from Martin, and that's going to get Geronimo to call one more. We will see the river with 1.7 million in the middle. Oh no, that looks like he's raised. I thought he just called. He's raised to 600k, leaving himself with 875 behind. And for me personally, the jig is up here. If Geronimo had a king, surely he would just call on the turn. So unless he has a hand like sixes or fives full, and they would definitely not min raise the turn here either. So this stinks from Geronimo, because surely Geronimo would never play a king this way. And if he never plays a king this way, then Martin is just going to call and let Geronimo blast on the river, or give him an opportunity. What a weird hand, folks. Hope you're enjoying this one. It was the check on the flop, I presume, that's made Geronimo do this on the turn. If you're going to min-raise the turn, then why not just bet the flop? Makes no sense to me. Just decides to move all in. That's going to be game over. I do not believe it. Geronimo moving the last of his chips over the line. And what a blow up here from Geronimo. I don't believe what I'm seeing. 3.7 million in the pot, and Martin is just like that going to eliminate a player and win a massive pot. Holy moly. It's all happening here at the King's Resort. Good night, Geronimo. And Martin now going to be also playing almost 10 million. He will be our 39th place finisher, and that means 38 players remaining now, folks. We've got some late night action. As Rozzy says, the walk of shame. So, just checking over to our opponent when we've got a made hand or an overpair to the board. Can make our opponents go nuts, as you can clearly see. As Johan said, is that really happened? Yes, that really happened. This is what happens on the night shift, Johan. Twiney letting the Jack 7 of spades go on the button. Loris going to complete in the small here with Queen 6 of hearts. Martin in the big with Ace 4 off suit. Just shove this one. Could check his option. Could just raise. I think just shoving. We're just going to take it down. A massive portion of the time, but maybe he just wants to try get some value from a weaker hand. Martin raises 470, and now Loris in a bin, can't really call. Does just let it go. There's 37 players remaining now, and that means a pay jump is looming. 2 more eliminations and about a buy-in again from 1550 to 1825. Folded all the way around to the small blind and Maul with Jack 8 offsuit, playing 12 bigs. Wants to be at the very least completing here. I prefer a shove. Just going to take down the blinds and antes so frequently. They're so essential to be gathering chips at this late stage. 13 eliminations away from bagging and tagging and coming back for the final day tomorrow of the CNP. Maul going to complete and Perez is going to check. 10-7-3. Perez with a pair of sevens. Maul with an inside straight draw, make a straight with a 9. Perez just going to shove on Maul. It's only for 450k. Although Maul's not getting great odds here, if he thinks a Jack is good, an 8 is good, and a 9 is good, then he's definitely getting the odds. Does decide to just let it go. I think this is too tight a play from Maul. He just wants to be shoving all in pre, especially when his opponent in the big blind is playing 6 bigs or less to start the hand. And 36 players remaining now. Martin opening in the cutoff, 10-9 offsuit. And the pay jump is looming of about €250 again. And that's an absurd fold from the ace jack, by the way. It's been a bizarre night of poker, folks. Any fans still tuning in, wondering why people are folding certain hands with certain stack sizes. They just want to make it through to day 2, but you've got to go all in to stay alive. This is the time to be accumulating chips. Yes, it's amazing to bag and tag and come back to the final day and play for such monumental amounts of money, but you need chips to do such a thing. And at the end of the day, yes, you're going to have a redraw on a new table tomorrow, but at the same time, it's just the next hand. And on King 7-5. Thanks for tuning in, Rosie. I understand. Come back tomorrow where it's going to be a whole different ball game. Ben going to take that one down from the big. It's going to be very hard to get anywhere near the final table when you're folding ace jack offsuit with 5 bigs. Tournaments are difficult enough, and you have to overcome so much adversity, and there's so much luck involved as well as skill. And opportunities to accumulate chips don't come around that often, especially when you've got 2 massive stacks at your table. So finding an opportunity to even get your money over the line there with a hand as strong as ace jack is a golden ticket. So sad to see that happen. Ben the small blind with jack 7 of clubs and the decision. Playing basically 100 big blinds now. Just wants to be shoving this one, or at least making a decent sized raise. Looks like he's going for a decent sized raise. T1 going to be waking up here. Yeah, it's hard to commentate on Johan, but I've got to call a spade a spade. He's folded ace jack and king jack back to back. I don't know what he's waiting for, honestly. Some people just check out mentally at this late hour, and that's why it's a marathon, not a sprint. Meanwhile, back to the big blind here. It's going to be rejamming all day here with ace king. Sub 20 bigs just want to be moving all in. Does go for the rejam. Meyer won't be able to continue. Will posture up a small bit before letting it go. Just posturing. There is a pay jump involved. Whoa, whoa. He's decided to call. Was not expecting to see this. That's a 15 big blind rejam. And Ben Meyer calling it off with just Jack 7 of clubs. And he's going to have 31% equity. It's all happening here at the King's Resort. Live from Roswell tonight, folks. Was not expecting to see him call. King 10-10 is the flop. And Benjamin, so they're going to be playing 10 million, but can't be just willy-nilly giving away 2 mil. If he's going to raise call, why the hell would you not just jam? It does pick up a straight draw on the turn. 15% equity now as we hit the river. 3.8 million up for grabs here for T1 unless he gets unlucky. He does not. It's the 6 of diamonds. Big moment there for T1. Be elated to take that down. And Eskin open from the hijack with ace-9 of diamonds, and Lucas with a very defendable king-jack, or a very rejammable. He could also maybe 3-bet fold. I prefer to just jam or call. 22 bigs, hijack against big blind. Going to play it well as a rejam. And 100 of this bizarre night at the CNP. Does call, flops top pair, really nice board for his hand. Jack 5 deuce. This kind of backdoor straights and flush draws. About a 375. Lucas just wants to be calling this one. Goes call, and the turn is the 6 of clubs. 1.6 million in the middle now. Stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. Turn goes check, check. River is the 6 of diamonds. And the King Jack will just take that one down. Nice pot for him. So that pay jump has been reached. All players have secured €1,825 for themselves. Maul all in for 1.4 million with ace king offsuit. Blinds have gone up. 80k is the small blind, 160k is the big blind, 160k running big blind ante, and this will be your last level of the night. Good man, Johan. Yes, I'm hanging in there, buddy. He said, let's finish it together, action man Dan. It's been a very interesting day to commentate on, Johan, as you've clearly seen. 35 remaining, only 24 places available tomorrow. Or if we don't have 11 more eliminations, we will come back with whoever and how many ever is remaining. Well, I'm here with you, buddy. We don't quit at half time. Lucas on the button, Queen, Jack of clubs. 22 big blinds. There'll be a few more short stacks now that really need to make a move. And look at this, Loris waking up in the big blind with two ladies. Lucas, the full 3x on the button. I think Loris just wants to be re-jamming when Lucas makes it the full 3x. It looks so strong. 13 big blinds total. Loris says going to Hollywood here, milking it. Just wants to be re-jamming. Put up the call and set a trap, but doesn't want to see a king or an ace pop off there. And the re-jam has been made to 2.2 million, and Lucas will not be able to withstand this pressure. I predict we will see him go into the tank. That's for an exact count, and it is only 11 big blinds more, but it's just such a significant portion of Lucas's stack. Lucas only playing 3.2 million. This would be for over half his stack. It is an amazing hand to gamble with, but we can see he'd be in dire shape on this occasion. Does show his hand to the whole table and folds. Loris Looks like he's going to show. No, decides to let it go. Can't be giving away that kind of information. Gotta pay to see, boys. Johan says the average stack is above 4 million. Yeah, it's good for that 25 to 35 big blind zone. Maul with jacks, 11 bigs, just wants to be jamming this one. Looks like he's going for a raise to 425 with 1.4 million behind. Don't love it, don't hate it. I just think Jack's going to play better as a pure jam off 11 big blinds under the gun. Perez just with 4 big blinds, queen 9 of diamonds, and the decision. Don't know what he's tanking for. There's no pay jump involved unless he's looking to gamble with it. No, lets it go, as is tradition. 32 players remaining now, so 8 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2 or the end of this level, as I aforementioned. Schweiny getting out of the way with ace-10 suited. Martin in the big blind with pocket eights. He might elect to rejam this one. Looks very strong though from Maul. Making a 425 to go under the gun, and he's being relatively quiet. I think we just call and hopefully flop an 8 or something to that effect. Just called 265, king 6-6. Maul most likely just going to bet and take this one down. Martin checks. Maul checks behind. 5 of hearts. Hits the turn. Martin probably just wants to try get the showdown. Another elimination, so 31 players remaining now. Small betting 200k here on the turn. Martin might call for 200k, but he's not loving it. So we'll see a river. 1.5 million in the pot. River is the 4 diamonds. Small going to be happy to just take this one down. Martin could have lost more. Don't know what would have happened if Maul had just shoved all in. Would Martin have called in the big blind for 11 big blinds? I think I would, with given his stack size. But Maul, one of the tighter players at the table. Well, there's a few to be fair. The pocket eights. Possibly just losing the minimum there. We've got action here. There's 30 players remaining. Perez with pocket nines, all in for 750, and T1 all in behind with ace king off suit. Here's the flop, 8-7-4. Good flop for Perez. Turn is the 8 of spades. An ace or king needed on the river, or Perez will double up to just under 2 million. River is the 3 of spades. And we're balancing out the tables with 30 players remaining. Mayor under the gun, ace-6 of diamonds. Definitely wants to be opening this, considering how close we are to the conclusion of day 2. Raised to 325. Perez in the big blind, not going to be defending with 10-6 offsuit. Bills just let it go. Pulled it all the way around to the button. It's Maul. Had the jacks not so long ago, and now he's got two ladies. like he's making it 585, and this is an absurd large size. Basically committing himself. Maybe not committing himself, but if we want to get action with our queens, we need to make it just a min raise or a small bit of cheese on top. This is just going to price out the small blind and the big blind with a lot of holdings that they might be inclined to call for an additional 160 to 200k more. Players knowing that it's the last level of the night are going to take their time, just wanting to bag and tag. But for the bigger stacks, they should be wanting to get in as many hands as possible. Does let it go. And Ben not going to be continuing for this sizing. 585, it's 425 more to call. It's nearly 4 times the big blind. It's just way too much. I think you're right, Johan. Clock. Geronimo could have done with a few clocks earlier. A few clocks to the head. Perhaps it was just his method, but it was excessive, and I mean, I said it enough earlier. This is more understandable knowing how close they are to the end of the day. But as I said earlier, I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot tonight, but it's because there's been a lot of bizarre situations that needed addressing in a similar manner. We run a tight ship over here, isn't that right, Johan? Yeah, a lot of posturing, Johan. That's the way no limit hold'em is sometimes, especially tournaments. Obviously not cash games. Well, I've often seen people take their time at cash tables too, for sure. But sometimes, Johan, you gotta let kids skateboard. Make sure they're wearing their helmet in case they crash. Martin raising the 325 with the kings all the way around to Ben, who is going to posture up in the small blind, it looks like. Or never mind, he's going for a tidy 3-bet. Don't really like his choosing with the ace deuce off suit against the big stack, the other big stack at the table. Just better spots here. If I'm Martin, I'm min raising this back at him. 2.2 million. $2.4 million max. Make it look like we are clicking back because we know how close it is to the end of the day. We could also just call in position. Nothing wrong with that, but if we think we can make our opponent make a light continue out of position or a 5-bet, although that's quite ambitious. ECW says he thinks he's at the tail end. How long they still play for? I have a feeling it's all going to be over very soon. What if I was to tell you I had inside information? I'm a company man. Came from the top. I know, we're past halfway for the last level of the day, ECW, so you're not looking at long left, buddy. Yeah, see this now. This is what I'm talking about. Something that looks like it's a click back. 2.4 million, something like that. Okay, he's gone for 2.65. It's a little bit too big, but our goal here is to get Meyer to make some crazy jam, but it's unrealistic. So maybe just calling in position could be the best play. Try to get them to fire off. Obviously we don't want to see an ace, but it's unlikely our opponent is going to 3 to 5 bet us from the small this close to the end of the day. So if that's that unlikely, then I think just calling in position, not the end of the world. Even with a hand as strong as kings, because if you think your opponent is just going to fold to a 4-bet nearly all of the time, then why not just call in position? I've liked this Martin guy. I'm going to be keeping an eye on him tomorrow. As Johan says, they started at 4 o'clock and we were almost on the end. And I couldn't have done it without you, Johan. You've been brilliant all night. Thanks a million for sticking with us. Johan the man. It's much appreciated and it doesn't go unnoticed, sir. Yes, ECW, it's been a strange day. A lot of passive play going on, and then the odd wildness out of nowhere that's unexpected. But expect the unexpected at Kings. Martin raising to 325 with Jack 3 of spades. He can really be opening very wide. And Ben on the button. Wants to 3-bet this one to about $1 million. Goes for $1 million. Throws in a 5k chip for good luck. Just take that one down. Spoiler alert, Johan. Yes, indeed, that is correct. We have 4 more hands. Will they be fast hands? Will they be slow hands? We're about to find out. Fold all the way around to Lucas with 9-3 offsuit. There is a lot of posturing going on at this table. Come on, lads. Okay, Lucas shows all in with the 9-3. And Schweini going to call him off for 5.5 bigs with Jack 6. Wasn't expecting to see a call there from the Jack 6. But he is ahead. 2 million up for grabs. Let's it go. King 10-8, no help to Lucas. Turn his help to Lucas. And now Schweini needs to get lucky on this river or he will be eliminated in 30th place. Does get there. Schweini has been eliminated. 29 players remaining now. Very unlucky there for Schweini. Nice catch for the 9-3. So folks, 28 players remaining and 3 hands left for tonight. $27 players remaining now. A pay jump incoming from 28 to 27, and that's already been reached. So all players now guaranteed a minimum of €2,125. King 10 of diamonds getting a walk. 2 hands remaining. This is the penultimate hand, folks. Perez all in with ace king from under the gun +1. Loris is asking for a count, but he won't be calling with Queen Jack offsuit. It's for over half his stack. Loris does let it go. And Martin, pocket eights in the big blind, he's going to have to call. And here we go, folks. Martin with pocket ace, the chance to eliminate a player. Perez with ace king, and the chance to double up to 3.24 million. Of his queen, jack 5. The turn is an ace, the ace of diamonds for Perez, set to double up. River is the 5 of spades. Martin will lose some chips. Perez will sit back down, now playing 20 bigs, and we will move on to our last hand of the night. And if you've enjoyed the show, folks, be sure to check us out on all the usual social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc., etc. We have amazing new YouTube content, new videos every week. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow over there. Give us a subscribe and a follow on Twitch. Thanks to all the Action Army that tunes in, week out. We also have a TikTok channel. That's the King's Resort Official. If you're looking for additional information or looking to buy merchandise, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. It's all right, Johan. I'm going to hang around now for this last hand. We've got this far. It's not so bad. Ben with the ace 10 of diamonds, 60 bigs. Martin with the decision with jack 9 of hearts in the small blind. Facing the open from Ben. Could decide to just let this one go. It's also getting a reduced price to see a flop. So that is what he's going to do. Maul 165 more to call with the 8-7 off suit. Maul lets it go, so we're heads up to the flop, million in the middle. Flop is king 3 deuce. Who wants it more? Ben just wants to be c-betting this one. Not much in it for Martin. But instead, Ben decides to check back. Turn is the 6 of spades. Ben quickly checking back on the turn. River is the king of clubs. Now Martin has to know he can't win by checking, but it is a paired board, and Ben is checked on flop and turn. Most likely ready to call one bet with ace high. Martin has given up. Ben will take this one down. And that will conclude CNP Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Roswell. Okay, folks. Thanks a million for joining us. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. We'll be back at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. That's 2:30 for a long, long day. We've got over 24 players remaining, and the champion will be crowned tomorrow to the tune of €80,000. 6 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. For now, I'm out. Catch me if you can. My name's been Action Man Dan.